Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare घर ले जाओ Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय शिला प्रभुपाद की जय हिज होलीनेस राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय लेट्स गो
मुझे करताल पास कर दोगे करताल विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामीति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Yashomati Nandana Rajavarana Gokula यशोमती नंदन व्रजवरनागर गोकुल रंजन काना यशोमती नंदन व्रजवरनागर गोकुल रंजन काना यशोमती नंदन व्रजवरनागर गोकुल रंजन काना गोपी बरन धन मदन मनोहरा गोपी बरन धन मदन मनोहरा कालिया दमन विधाना कालिया दमन विधाना कालिया दमन विधाना आमला हरि नमामि अभिलाषा आमला हरि नमामि अभिलाषा विपिन पुराण धन नवीन नगर बोरा बंसी बदन सुबासा बंसी बदन सुबासा बंसी बदन सुबासा व्रज जन पालन सुरकुल नाशना नंद गोधन रखवाला नंद गोधन रखवाला बोलो नंद गोधन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीता दशकरा गोविंद माधव नवनीता दशकरा सुंदर नंद गोपाला सुंदर नंद गोपाला बोलो सुंदर नंद गोपाला यमुना तट चरा गोपी वसन हरा रासरसिक कृपमोया रासरसिक कृपमोया श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर भक्ति विनोदाश्रय भक्ति विनोदाश्रय भक्ति विनोदाश्रय यशोमति नंदन व्रजवर नागर यशोमति नंदन व्रजवर नागर यशोमति नंदन व्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन गाना गोकुल रंजन गाना कालिया दमन विधाना कालिया दमन विधाना वंशी बदन सुबासा वंशी बदन सुबासा नंद गुधन रखवाला नंद गुधन रखवाला सुंदर नंद गोपाला 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 रास रसिका कृपमोया रास रसिका कृपमोया भक्ति विनोदाश्रय भक्ति विनोदाश्रया यशोमति नंदना व्रजवरनागरा यशोमति नंदना व्रजवरनागरा गोकुल रंजन गाना गोकुल रंजन गाना कालिया दमन विधाना वांसी बदन सुबासा नंद गुधन रखवाला सुंदर नंद गोपाला रास रसिक कृपमोया भक्ति विनोदाश्रया प्रभुपाद की जय। ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुरा दयार सागरा इदासे करुणा कोरी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुरा इदासे करुणा कोरी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुरा दयार सागरा इदासे करुणा कोरी वैष्णव ठाकुरा दिया पद छाया सुदो है माया दिया पद छाया दिया पद छाया सुदो है माया तुम्हारा चरण धोरी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुरा दयार सागरा दासे करुणा कोरी दिया पद छाया सुदो है माया दिया पद छाया सुदो है माया तुम्हारा चरण धोरी क्षय बेग दोमी क्षय दोषा शुद्धि क्षय गुण देहो दास क्षय बेग दोमी क्षय बेग दोमी क्षय दोषा शुद्धि क्षय गुण देहो दास जय सत्संग देव है अमरे जय सत्संग বসিছে সঙ্গে রাসে एकाकी हमारा नहीं पाया बला हरि नाम संकीर्तन नहीं पाया बाला हरि नाम संकीर्तन तुम्हें कृपा करे सदा बिंदु दिया तुम्हें कृपा करे तुम्हें कृपा करे सदा बिंदु दिया देहो कृष्ण नाम धने देव कृष्ण नाम धने कृष्ण से तुम्हारा कृष्ण दीते पारो कृष्ण से तुम्हारा तुम्हारा साकती आछे আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली তাই তাবা পাছে পাছে ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर दासे करुणा कोरी दिया पद छाया सोदो हे अमाया दिया पद छाया दिया पद छाया सोदो हे अमाया तुम्हारा चरण धोरी तुम्हारा चरण धोरी तुम्हारा चरण धोरी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर दासे करुणा कोरी दिया पद छाया सोदो हे अमाया दिया पद छाया सोदो हे अमाया तुम्हारा चरण धोरी तुम्हारा चरण धोरी Chaya bega domi, chaya dosha shodhi, chaya guna deho dase. Chaya bega, chaya satsanga deo he amare, chaya satsanga. Bosiche sangere ashe. एकाकी हमारा नहीं पाया भला हरि नाम संकीर्तन एकाकी एकाकी हमारा नहीं पाया भला हरि नाम संकीर्तन तुम्हें कृपा करे सदा बिंदु दिया तुम्हें कृपा करे सदा बिंदु दिया देव कृष्ण नाम धने देव कृष्ण नाम धन कृष्ण से तुम्हारा कृष्ण दीते पारो तुम्हारा साकतिया আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली दैता पाचे पाचे दैता पाचे पाचे আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोली दैता पाचे पाचे दैता पाचे पाचे कृष्ण से तुम्हारा कृष्ण दीते पारो तुम्हारा साकतिया कृष्ण से तुम्हारा कृष्ण दीते पारो तुम्हारा साकतिया আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण कृष्ण बोले আমি তো कंगाल कृष्ण बोले दैता पाचे पाचे दैता पाचे पाचे दैता पाचे पाचे read the translation. Yeah, I'll read the translate. I'll read the translations now. O venerable Vaishnava, devotee of Krishna, O ocean of mercy, be merciful unto your servant. Give me the shade of your lotus feet and purify me. I hold on to your lotus feet. Teach me to control my 6 passions, rectify my 6 faults, bestow upon me the 6 qualities and offer me onto the 6 hands of the Holy Association. I do not find the strength to carry on alone the Sankirtan of the holy name of Hari. Please bless me by giving me just 1 drop of faith with which to obtain the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply your servant running behind you, shouting, Krishna, Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti namine Prashaya Bhutale Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paisatya Deshatarine Ste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Srivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Dvaita Gadadhar Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol
Oh, this is for this. ये भी चल रहा है. Hare Krishna. So, welcome everybody for the 74th Vyas Puja celebration of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. It's such a fantastic opportunity for all of us. I know a lot of people are probably still online, devotees are still doing some service, but in the interest of time, I think we should get started, and I'm sure more and more devotees will join in, and we will definitely make sure that everybody gets a chance to share whatever they would like to within a certain amount of time limit. But just to get started, as we all know, 74 years ago on this very day, 7th December 1950, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj appeared in Chicago to Gerald and Idel Slavin, is known as Richard Slavin, and most of us are privy to Maharaj's journey thanks to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, who actually persuaded Maharaj to write the book, The Journey Home. I mean, I was just, as I was trying to prepare my consciousness for this day, I was listening to a conversation, or actually it was Maharaj speaking about his conversations with His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and he was sharing that when Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj first told him to write about himself, he felt that it is an act of arrogance. Maharaj in his own words says that I felt it is arrogant for a person to write about I, me and myself on every page of a book. And then he said that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj debated and defeated him and made him realize that it's arrogant not to write the book, you know. So we are very grateful to Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj for actually giving us access to this. And why I'm saying this, because this is going to be a theme for today's offering. We do have, just so that we run some nice, we collectively will revive some. Sorry, I probably put it off by my. So, thank you, Prabhuji. So yes, so the onus is on us to churn the pot, as I mentioned some time back also, that this is an opportunity, this is a day for us as disciples of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj to really feel grateful, to revive, to reinvent, reinvent is not the right word, to reinforce, rejuvenate our spiritual inspirations, motivations, just by understanding his teachings, his life, his events, his pastimes, if you would say. So this is a wonderful opportunity for all disciples of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj to come together and, as I said, churn the pot, share something very close to our hearts, that we feel grateful to Maharaj, we feel inspired by Maharaj's actions, his words. So this is a wonderful opportunity for us, and we will start. I think we are getting ready for the microphone. So from my past experience, I know I need to keep doing fillers in between. That's why I have a quiz for us this time, which we'll keep on doing at different times, so we can really relish what's happening. Okay, all right. Okay, so while we get the second mic, let's get into the mood of understanding more and more about Maharaj. And there's no prize for the quiz, but this is just, we'll see who can answer them most. This will going to be throughout the 2 hours of our 2 or 2.5 hours of our offerings. I'll try to intersperse in between, so we continue to, relish more and more pastimes. So while the second mic is being arranged, here's something I have. If the technology works, yes, it does. So this is a question I had for all of us. what were some of the very different behaviors exhibited by Radhanath Maharaj up until the age of 9. I know Manjari Gopika Mata is going to win hands down, she does every year, but let's go with you first. Oh yeah.
Get started. Just to get it started, so everybody else is shy. One of the different behaviors he is he always sat. And, he hated to be served by other people. Like he went to a restaurant and one of his friends was a busboy, and he was so he wanted to run away and hide. He didn't want anyone of his peers to serve him. Just this as a little boy.
Maharaj didn't like to wear anything new, so whenever he would get new clothes or new shoes, he would just, first rub them or, make them kind of old, and then he would wear them. Yeah.
Yes, fantastic. So I had that, exactly what you both mentioned. And he mentions in the book that his parents, like father and mother, would think that our little Richard is a little strange, at that age. Like he showed those signs of renunciation at such an early age that somehow he didn't like to wear anything that was new. He would actually get rocks and scrape his shoes before he could wear it for the first time. So very interesting. But anyway, thank you for that. So we are going to get started. Sorry, I thought. So would anybody like to be brave to be the first to start this? Share something as an offering for Maharaj. If you have written it, not written it, anything is fine. Spontaneous, you can share that. Yes. No, she can.
I have services, so I'm taking the liberty to come
Jai,
here.
thank
and
you so much,
speak first.
Mataji.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swaminiti Namine. Yeah, Guru Maharaj, wish you a very happy Appearance Day. So I wanted to talk about one quality Guru Maharaj was instructing about recently. One of our senior God brothers, he was humbly inquiring from Guru Maharaj about how his God brother's style of lecturing was often perceived as too intellectual by the audience. So Maharaj instructed him that it did not matter so much whether one's lecturing style is intellectual or humorous or any kind. What matters is that we have a genuine concern for others. That is what attracts people and brings about a transformation. And coincidentally, I recently heard a glorification of Maharaj showcasing this very same quality. So one time in Leicester in England, the devotees were looking for a vacant building to set up a nice temple. So they came upon a magnificent building which happened to be a flagship building of Barclays Bank. So they reached out to the chief executive officer to find out about the price, and he told them that the building was not up for sale, but whenever it would be something close to $10 million. So this was, of course, way beyond the means of the devotees. But about a month later, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, he happened to be invited to speak in the same bank's headquarters. And this same chief executive officer happened to be attending the speech. So just 20 minutes into the talk, he summoned his secretary and inquired if the same group of people had approached some time back about purchasing the building. And when he was told yes, he said, if this is how these people are, just give them the bank for free. Just, half an hour of speech of Guru Maharaj moved him so much that he was ready to give up $10 million. So His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Her Grace Gopi Vallavi Mataji ki jai. Thank you so much, Mataji, for sharing. Yes, definitely. We've seen so many such examples where Maharaj, just by his his presence, has transformed so many lives. I'm actually almost compelled to share this example that since Mataji spoke about it. I recently heard this in one brahmachari's, I think Brajavihari Prabhu, most of you know him, Maharaj's disciple. He shared this pastime of a person in Bombay. He was a boy, as most of you know, in Radha Gopinath temple. They emphasize on youth preaching, and they even started preaching in slums. Most of you are aware what are slums. I mean, I come from Bombay, so I've seen them, but these are very like ghettos, very places where people of underprivileged people. And Rajvihari Prabhu mentioned a story of they had started those preaching programs, and some of the boys started coming to the temple, and there was one boy especially who was his language was very foul. He actually couldn't even speak proper. He would speak in Hindi and speak like very slang language all the time. And one time Maharaj he stepped down from the temple and was getting into the car, and those boys, 3-4 of those boys were standing there, and somehow Brajavihari Prabhu was standing with them, and Maharaj just asked Brajavihari Prabhu, "What, do you preach to these boys?" And Brajavihari Prabhu said yes, and Maharaj actually hugged all of them, and he left. And Brajavihari Prabhu says that to his amazement, that particular boy who had a really foul language, the next day he showed up in a temple all groomed up, cleaned up, for the first time in his life probably he saw him like that. And he brought a rose and he said, "Where is your guru? I want to give him a rose." And Brajavihari Prabhu said, "Maharaj is not here." So he went and he said that, "Then I want to..." Actually, Brajavihari Prabhu said, "Go and keep it in front of his room, where Maharaj stays in the temple." And Brajavihari Prabhu was saying that one act of Maharaj hugging that boy transformed him so much that for almost 3 years after that incident, whenever that boy would come, he would bring a rose and put it in front of Maharaj's room. So just an example of how much the potency is there, to transform such great personalities. We are all very fortunate, all of us sincere seekers on the path of Bhakti Yoga, by the grace of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, and his disciples. We all have that opportunity to experience that transformation in our life. So that's so amazing. So who would like to just share something next? Anybody would like to take the opportunity to come and share something? I probably have to call, but okay, till that time, till we ready, the technology is not working, so I'm going to go with my next question. This I had asked last year. Oh, you can, yes, Prabhuji, if you can sit, yeah. If you click twice, the answers will show up, so. Yes. I think most of us know this. So the quiz gets increasingly harder. So I'm trying to just make you guys a little warm up. This is a warm up. Anybody knows Maharaj's nickname at high school? Yes, she knows the answers. She's trying to. Yes.
Maharaj's nickname was Monk, and he liked to wrestle. Wrestling.
Yeah. And do we remember why he mentions that in the book? Maharaj's elder brother, Marty. This is Maharaj's statement in the book. He says that Marty had a sixth sense to rile people, while I was very sensitive and shy about the feelings of others. So Maharaj said that when he went to the high school, Deerfield High School in suburbs of Chicago, the teacher said, "Oh no, yet another monk or something." So actually, the nickname was given to his elder brother as Monk, short for monkey, and then Maharaj's nickname became Little Monk. It's interesting. That's how it came, and that was also a shocker for me that Maharaj was a wrestling champion. As we must have read in the book, he actually knocked out somebody in like 5 seconds, and then he dislocated his shoulder, and there's a story about it. But that was a very interesting, thing from his life. So thank you for that. That's something about his life. We can keep churning about it. So anybody else? Would you like to come forward and share?
Still trying to figure out. Hare Krishna. All glories to His Holiness Radha Swami Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I was just thinking of this very famous verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam from the 3rd canto, chapter 25, verse 21. Tikshakshava karunika suhrida sarvadehinam ajata shatra shanta sadhava sadhubhushanaha. The symptoms are a sadhu are that he is tolerant, merciful, and friendly to all living entities. He has no enemies, he is peaceful, he abides by the scriptures, and all his characteristics are sublime. And of course, we see this exhibited so nicely in Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Radha Swami Maharaj. So I just wanted to share a couple examples. In the purport of this verse, Srila Prabhupada, it's a very long purport, but one of the things Prabhupada says is that a sadhu is merciful to all living entities, and he even says specifically trees and animals, etc. And I remember the first time I went to Govardhan Eco Village and I was shown around, I was at the Goshala, and one of the brahmacharis said that Maharaj insisted that the bulls at Govardhan Eco Village not have ropes put through their noses. And the devotees had told him, Maharaj, this is very common, it's been done for thousands of years, it doesn't harm them, we wouldn't do anything that harms them. But he insisted. And then later that day I had darshan with Maharaj, and I brought up that story. I said, we went to the Goshala and they told us this, that you insisted no ropes will be in the noses of any of the bulls. And he said, oh yes, I told them, if you do that, then I will not come here. And then his shoulders started shaking and he laughed. So Maharaj exhibits care even for animals, and also, of course, we see with all human beings, especially with his godbrothers. It's so inspiring to me. And I'll just share this last thing because we're keeping it short. But when His Holiness Chandramali Swami Maharaj was here, along with Radha Swami last May, at the end of Maharaj's class, he glorified Maharaj, but he was at a loss for words. So Chandramali Swami said, I have a hard time describing it, but I'll say this. When Radha Swami is around, everyone just loves each other. And I think that's just because Maharaj is so humble. His favorite verse is the 3rd verse of Shikshastakam, Tororapi Sahichina. And so that humility allows for Krishna's love to shine through his heart, and it touches everyone. So I'm so grateful for your presence in my life, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Her Grace Manjari Gopika Mataji ki jai. Thank you so much, Mataji, for sharing. I just had a few more things that I have written down, especially from his. There's a channel called Nectar Stream where devotees published some one-liners, inspiring one-liners from his lectures. So just a few that can help us set the mood here. Like this is from Maharaj. Our chanting will not uplift our consciousness unless we have cooperative and affectionate relationships with one another. So kind of similar to what Mataji was sharing, that when Maharaj is around, because he exemplifies that behavior, it becomes very natural. It comes so naturally. And we as disciples of Maharaj definitely aspire to, get at least 1% of that quality that Maharaj has, how he so wonderfully shows his affection and love towards all his god brothers and everybody for that matter. And we say this every year, that actually is exemplified by the type of the Vyasasana that is there in the Radha Gopinath temple. That's a very unique. I have not seen it. Maybe it's there in different temples, but from the temples that I have seen, there are very few like that, where it's almost like an L-shaped, a big couch kind of a thing. And Maharaj always asks his god brothers to come and sit with him, and he never starts any class till he spends at least 15-20 minutes glorifying his god brother or god sister, till the time they feel almost embarrassed. And when they feel embarrassed, Maharaj says that is our success, when so that's such a sweet mood that Maharaj helps us to imbibe. We'll go with one more, Prabhuji, if you're okay. Okay, so this is, now we get into the journeys that Maharaj started. Mataji, we know whose hand is going to be up first. Okay, so the mic is, let's keep this mic in the audience and you can keep moving it.
Hare Krishna. They had a very serious argument. I can't remember which country they were in. It was during their travels, obviously. But Maharaj shoplifted a book. It was a book on how to play different tunes on the harmonica. And one of the things that they were doing at the time is they were performing and getting like pennies on the street to fund their travel. So Maharaj stole that book, and he stated his intention was always that he was going to give it back. He was just temporarily stealing it. But then Gary walked up to him and showed him something that he had kept in his pocket. I can't remember what it was. Something he had stolen from a church. It might have been a crucifix. And Maharaj got so angry at him. How could you do this? How could you steal from a house of God? And Gary said, what are you talking about? You stole first. You stole that book. And so they got in a really big argument because Maharaj was saying it wasn't the same thing, but Gary was saying it is the same thing. But anyway, they both ended up returning those things.
Hare Krishna, awesome. This is very impressive. Actually, you can put the answer there. So it was a wooden crucifix of Jesus Christ that he had stolen from the church, and they had an argument. And finally, Maharaj won the argument, and they went back the same night and put the crucifix back. And Maharaj had stolen the book, How to Play Blues Harmonica. And Gary said, you don't have to return the book. You learn the tunes, and then when we go out of Rome, you put it back. So when they departed from Rome, Maharaj went and quietly put the book back in the library. And by then he had learned a lot of tunes to play on the harmonica. And as Mataji shared, that was actually one of their means to gain some money. I mean, can you imagine 19, 20-year-old boys just going off, no money, don't know where they're going to go next. So they were doing two things. It was part of my quiz originally, but I reduced the number of questions. Does anybody know what they would use two methods usually to keep getting some money as they go? Anybody remembers? Yes, they would donate blood at government blood banks, and the second was trying to perform, but they got caught once in performing, and that Maharaj said that was the end of my professional musician life, So so that was the thing. So thank you so much. I think we are all warming up to wonderful pastimes of Maharaj here. So who would like to go next? So the advantage of going early is you get more time, because as more people come in, we'll have to go faster. So this is a wonderful opportunity. If you want to share your heart out with a little more time available, this is a good chance to come forward. Mataji, please come forward. Yeah, actually, no, I think especially for the camera, I think we'll have.
I would like to offer my request to aspire to His Holiness Radhanath Swami. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to the devotees, all glories to you. I am writing to humbly request your permission to aspire to become your disciple. Your teachings, wisdom, and nature have deeply resonated with me. I wish to immerse myself in the spiritual practices and disciplines that you embody, and to cultivate the qualities of compassion, self-discipline, and self-awareness that you exemplify. I understand that this is a significant lifelong commitment and a sacred responsibility. I am willing to dedicate myself to the rigorous spiritual practices and studies required to walk this path. I have struggled for 20 years in Krishna consciousness to stay focused and not give in to material desires. I have tried to do it on my own, but at 67, I humbly accept that I cannot do this without surrendering to Sri Radhakrishna and Guru. I am ready to relinquish my false ego and limitations to your divine will. In 2023, I was very touched when you handed my granddaughter her high school diploma during the graduation ceremony for TKG Academy in Dallas. This last year, it was such an honor to meet you in the Radha Kalachandji Temple after Sadhu Sangha. As I told you then, your book, Journey Home, greatly resonated with me, as that was my era. I have found it endearing to watch how you lovingly interact with all of the devotees, and I find your sense of humor refreshing and uplifting. Your lectures and classes are profoundly insightful. I have been chanting 16 rounds per day, strictly following the 4 principles, and regularly attending Srimad Bhagavatam classes online and in person for 2 years. I recently relocated from a remote location in Oregon, where my only association was online, to Dallas, 1 block from the temple. Now I am able to regularly attend Mangal Arti and Srimad Bhagavatam classes, surround myself with the association of the devotees here, and receive the purifying mercy of Sri Radha Kalachandji. I have been listening to lectures by Srila Prabhupada and yourself, attending home programs, and rendering service whenever possible. I would be eternally grateful for your guidance and blessings on this very fallen and lowly soul, Maharaj. I am drowning in this material ocean. Please pick me up. With deepest respect and devotion, your humble servant.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Tammy Mataji, for sharing, and welcome to the Kalachandji family. We are glad to have you here. Such sweet, heartfelt realizations there. So, Sanandani Mataji, would you like to come up next? I know you always have something very nice to say, and this is a chance. We have more time right now. So, while she gets ready, Prabhuji, let's do one more to keep moving on that. So, I was told to stay here for the sake of the... Okay, so what were the few ways... Oh, we spoke this, so we can skip this. I just mentioned about the few ways they would earn money. So we'll go to the next. Actually, Mataji is here, so you have to take the call. It's okay. Yeah? No? Oh, you need time? You're ready, you can go.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All Guru Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. Wish you a very, very happy Vyas Puja. We pray at the lotus feet of Shri Radha Kalachandji to bestow you a very happy, long, healthy life to be able to fulfill your desire to serve Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj, this year, due to your causeless mercy, we have the good fortune of having you for the Sadhu Sangha retreat at Dallas. This year also you were sick like last year. We felt so sorry to see you in that condition, not able to eat much. Even in Sadhu Sangha you are so sick, but still you have to give you gave a wonderful Srimad Bhagavatam class, and later in another 2 hours you led a heart-warming kirtan. But especially this trip was very fulfilling and felt more closer to you. Understanding the fact that there are so many disciples, and whatever services we get or we don't get, if you are just in the mood of servant of the servant, that really makes you happy. But all glories to Rasharaj Prabhu and Raskeli Mataji, who always try their best to engage everyone in a small or big way in serving you. And thanks to Gopi Vallabhi Mataji for setting a nice mood of being servant of servant and tried to share whatever service she got. But by seeing all of them, whatever little service we got, when we shared with others, it gave us so much satisfaction and felt like you are reciprocating by the cooperation among the devotees. Recently, before Yatra, we got the opportunity to visit Govardhan Eco Village, which you created in separation from Sri Vrindavan Dham. It was a wonderful place to be in, and we were very fortunate to have a short darshan of yours. We are very grateful for allowing us to participate in Mayapur Yatra. And there are so many things to share, but not able to put together my thoughts into words due to my inability and lack of realization. This year I am choosing to bring few of your qualities out of many millions of qualities through your name, Radhanath Swami, as an acronym. Few of these qualities are from our visit to GEV, and few are from hearing from senior devotees. R for role model, A for always humble, D for deep devotion to Srila Prabhupada, H for highest character, A for accommodating, N for non-judgmental, A for affectionate, T for trustworthy, H for highly responsible, S for sweeter than the sweetest, W for witty, A for advanced devotee, M for meticulous, I for intellectual. There is an elaboration, but for the interest of time, I'll skip it. And Maharaj, we request, please help us to hear the words emanating from your lotus mouth attentively and give strength to follow these instructions. We beg for your mercy to chant the holy names in the mood of the servant and help us to serve you together in a way that pleases you, Maharaj. Thank you so much for everything you do for all of us. Your grateful daughter, Sadanand.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mataji. Her Grace Sadanandani Mataji ki jai. Thank you, Mataji. We can. So, just to continue our discussions here, a few things I could read before we move on to our next offering. A few things especially that always come to the fore is Maharaj gives more emphasis on the love and care over philosophy. And that shows in the way he has spent probably the majority of his time so far at one place, and that's Radha Gopinath Temple. And we could see the fruits of his presence, his association, the way he nurtured and cared so many diamonds. We know so many of Maharaj's brahmachari disciples, they have a thriving brahmachari ashram. I don't even know the count now. When I was there for 5-6 years, it was around 400 brahmacharis already, and now it must be maybe thousands across GV, Pune, and so many other projects. So it just shows when Maharaj put emphasis more on love and care over philosophy, what transformed. And this is one statement which I always feel strikes me. He says that Krishna consciousness is not for philosophical debate, it is for the transformation of people's hearts. So it's such a wonderful. And then one more, if we remain faithful to the ideals we strive for, all the tests will only make us stronger. So something which he definitely exemplified in his own life. We can probably take one more quiz question as we move further. So yes, from whom rather did Maharaj study Islam? So by the way, I'm sure all of us, especially his disciples, must have read the book over and over again. Something that is so striking is Maharaj's quest for spiritual learning. He probably must have spent time with if you make a list from the book, maybe 50 to 60 different spiritual yogis and babas and the Dhuni babas and Naga babas and Moni babas and different sects actually type of. And he had the fortune to study different religions also, which is one sense gives us an indication that we don't have to do all that. Maharaj has already done it for us. We've already chosen the best path as it is shown in his life. So he actually also read Buddhism sitting right under the same tree, the Bodhi tree. He read the Bhagavad Gita sitting in the same place where it was spoken in Kurukshetra. He read the Islam book, I'll not give the answer, but in that place. And then he received Ramcharitmanas and Ramayana as a copy in Mithila, the place where Mother Sita was born. So, such amazing, if we connect the dots, so much, almost like an orchestrated life for Maharaj. He learned all these things before, of course, finally surrendering to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. So, the question is, where did and from whom did Maharaj study Islam? Because he studied all the religions also. So, anyone knows? It's okay if you don't know. I mean, I took the opportunity to study it, so I know the answers at least. So, who knows? Okay, she knows. Okay, we can give it a shot. You can guess based on the countries he traveled, right? We know which countries he traveled. You can shout it out. Yeah. Okay, no worries. You can. So it was in Tehran. Maharaj used to. He borrowed a Quran, and he would sit in front of mosques. And Maharaj mentions in the book that it must have been a very queer sight that a 19-year-old boy, he wore that specific clothes, you may remember, a gray jeans and a gray pine-striped turtleneck shirt. And especially after he had to run, there was a specific incident that happened in Kabul. He had to run, he had to leave all his belongings. And that was the only, pair of clothes that he wore for almost 6 months, So Maharaj mentions that that became his identity. We'll talk about that later, but that was the place in Tehran. Maharaj said that he was sitting in front of a mosque and one person walked up to him and introduced himself as Ibrahim. And he kind of spent a lot of time with Maharaj for the next few weeks. And Maharaj learned even that as a religion. So that's amazing how much he spent time in his spiritual quest to learn everything about God. So yeah, that's that question. So anybody would like to, Prabhuji, please come. Venu Bihari Prabhu will.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishnastaya Bhutale Srimati Radhana Swami Namine. Namaste. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishnastaya Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine. Namaste. Saradevi Gaurvana Prachani Seshunivadi Pachyat Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vashati Gaur Bhaktu Anta Gaur Vishnu. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. Happy Vyasa Puja. I am praying Sri Radha Kalachandi to give you good health so that you can distribute Krishna's mercy to many fallen souls like me. To tell a little bit, my association with Maharaj, I had a fortunate to attend His Holiness Maharaj, in the year 2015 when he launched the book Journey Home. That was the first time me and my wife and my kids have attended. My wife, she is trying to get the books get signed. Myself and my wife, were talking with him, and she took picture without his permission. Still, we have that picture. We don't know much about Maharaj, but we took picture. Still, we have that. That was the first time we met Maharaj. It was very memorable. instant. Um, Fast forward 2017, we completed the disciple course, and we were waiting for the initiation. It's been long time, like in 2020, during the pandemic situation, we were thinking that whether we get initiated or not in this lifetime, not sure we'll live in this planet, because of the COVID. Maybe I'll die. What happens? I might lose my, path in this devotional path if I don't get connected to, Guru. So I was praying Krishna so sincerely, and I got a fortunate, with the senior devotees blessings. We got initiated in 2023. We were very happy. It is because of senior devotees like Nityananda Prabhu, Sarojaya Madhav Prabhu, and other devotees. They keep encouraging, helping in many ways in the life. It could be a spiritual, or it could be materially. So I'm very grateful to senior devotees. And in the year 2023, once I got initiated, I was not believing myself that whether is it real or not. I'm pinching myself. So it was like that, and then I was having a desire, like, can I get Guru Maharaj's hug? I know it was too much. I was thinking by myself, I'm too much of expectations I have. But it was manifested in that same year, like when I went to Sarojaya Prabhuji's house. Maharaj came there to visit Jayapata Maharaj. So that time Sarojaya Madhav Prabhu introduced me to Maharaj, and then he gave me a hug, not only to me, to my son also. So I'm really grateful for senior devotees and Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Vedu Hari Prabhuji. Just a housekeeping item. Looks like we have to all be, whenever we come forward, we have to be, I think this is the end of the frame that's going live on YouTube. So they requested us to be within this. Otherwise, they only hear sounds, but they can't see the person speaking. So we'll probably move this a little bit more. All right. So thank you so much, Prabhuji. Obviously, the more we hear about Maharaj, everybody brings in such an amazing perspective. From all of us are on the journey of spiritual perfection. We all have a vantage point from where we see different things based on our previous conditioning, belief systems. And we all get inspired with something which is very close to our heart, something which we are most looking for. And obviously the most common thing we all are looking for is some level of humility, some level of, I would say, discipline, some level of consistency in what we do in our services. And that's how most of the offerings that we hear are about, seeing Maharaj's consistency all the years of how he has so much upheld all these wonderful values and principles of Bhakti Yoga. So definitely we are very fortunate. And just to repeat, I don't know when was the last time we actually got to celebrate it with all of us on the same day, right? Today is 7th of December. Most of the times we would do it on the next Saturday so that more devotees can join. So this is a very empowered day for all of us, for us to feel, feel grateful to Sri Radha Kalachandji and to Srila Prabhupada that we got such a fantastic spiritual master. So, Jai Gaurang Prabhu, would you like to come forward and share? Jai Gaurang Prabhu is our very, very senior god brother. Much before many of us even knew about Krishna consciousness, I guess Prabhuji was already serving. So.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your devotional service. So, I was told by Nisringarupa that Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he liked devotees to speak from the heart and not read something. Was that a rule of his, Nityananda Prabhu? Okay, I guess I'm not not going to read my... Well, I had written something, but I want to honor Tamal Krishna Maharaj's desire. I'm not saying that everybody has to do like that. But one of the striking qualities of yours, Maharaj, that came to mind when I was writing the offering last night was, or is, your love for your God brothers and God sisters. I've seen in so many ways how you express your devotion. Actually, when I used to visit you, I grew up spiritually in the Los Angeles temple, New Dwarka. And when I would go to New Vrindavan, many of Maharaj's God brothers would say, please please pay my obeisances, pay my respects to Maharaj. So I would go over the list. I would say, Maharaj, Amala Bhakta Prabhu sends his obeisances, and Maharaj would pay his obeisances. And that was the first time I was like, wow, I was very struck by seeing that Maharaj paid his obeisances to Amala Bhakta Swami's obeisances that were given to him through me from, thousands of miles away, and he wasn't there in one sense. But then also seeing, like Prabhu was saying, how the Vyasa-san in Chaupati is like enough that 6 or 7 people can sit together, that he always asks for the blessings of his God brothers and God sisters when they're present, that he's so naturally, genuinely affectionate to them. And what comes to mind is the devotees said to Prabhupada, Prabhupada, the devotees love you so much. And Prabhupada said, yes, because I love everyone so much. So this is true with you also, Maharaj, that so many of your God brothers love you so much because you love them so much. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, when he was on his last days, he requested you to be there. He said, please, I want to die in your arms. And you went there and you jokingly said that you thought it would be just a few days, but it ended up being 2 months or 2 weeks, 6 weeks. And one thing that comes to mind is when you would say that it was the most ecstatic, loving exchanges that you experienced in your life, in spiritual life also, that you would go to his bedside and you would talk about Krishna and he would talk about Krishna and share realizations. And at one stage, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, with tears in his eyes, said, as you were chanting, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj said, it doesn't get any better than this. And then he said, but it just keeps getting better. So, in your association, Maharaj, we feel the natural happiness and joy of Krishna consciousness. And it's stated in the Nectar of Devotion that just by a glance of a pure devotee, you can be inundated with so much Krishna prem. And I know all of you have experienced that to different degrees. I've experienced the loving glance of your divine grace, Guru Maharaj, and also the well wishes of a pure devotee. They just have to think of you favorably. And one saying that comes to mind, just that, many of us, we ask for blessings from each other, right? Please bless me for this. Bless me in this circumstance in my life. But Maharaj has said that you serve the devotee in such a way that they're so pleased and their blessings naturally flow. So that service means love. So on these days of Vyas Puja, for me it's like simultaneously it's like Nityananda Prabhu always says, this is the happiest day of our life. And he says that with every festival and every Guru's Vyas Puja. This is the happiest days of our life. So be happy, but at the same time it's so reflective, right? You were thinking, what do I have to offer? What have I offered already to you, Gurudev? Because our life's offering to Krishna, to Guru, is, Maharaj makes it the easiest. Like, he gives us so much inspiration that all you have to do is do something with love and devotion. But then he sets the bar so high with the level of what does it mean to do something with pure love. Like, I went into his room one time in New Vrindavan, and I was so excited to see him, and I was like, just got there, paid obeisances, and Maharaj was sitting there, and he goes, yes, how may I serve you? And I was like, oh man, I wanted to say that first. and then I felt like the level of your sincerity, Maharaj, to really serve every devotee, to give Krishna, to give what you've been given. I heard a little clip from, I think Maharaj is in Calcutta right now, right? Anybody know? I saw on Facebook that he gave a talk last night in Calcutta. Oh, so this was a older lecture? Do you know where he is now? He's what? In your heart? Chaupati. So Maharaj said in this lecture, he said that all of you are glorifying me, but you are glorifying what I've received from Srila Prabhupada. So sometimes Maharaj says that what you have to do to accept this unlimited gift of Krishna Prema, just receive it. Just be open to accept. If somebody wants to give you something, what do you have to do? Just accept it. So that's, in one sense, it's very simple. All we have to do is accept it, and then what Maharaj is saying is, and then give it to others. He's giving what he's given to us, the love, the compassion, the mercy, the kindness, the spiritual affection that he's inundated all of us with. He's giving to us what he's been given by his divine grace, Srila Prabhupada. So we pray to Radha Kalachandji to be engaged as a devotional community, a devotional family, and to assist you, Maharaj, in your service to Srila Prabhupada and the Parampara. And we pray to Radha Kalachandji for your good health and continued service eternally. Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki
Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhu. His Grace Jai Gauranga Prabhu ki Jai. Yes, so wonderfully mentioned, Prabhu. I was just trying to look for a quote which goes with what Prabhuji mentioned, in terms of how Maharaj emphasizes on service. We, as he said, do so much service that the devotees naturally feel like giving your blessings. So I think something for us to remember and try to maybe make it like this year's theme almost for our own sadhana. So this is one thing I came up with, again coming from Nectar Stream. In Krishna consciousness, we should not be ambitious for position, rather we should be ambitious for service. So it's something very important for us to also follow. We'll go with one more question while more devotees come in and prep themselves to share something wonderful for Maharaj. So again, this is a sequential quiz based on different happenings that happened during the 2 years of Maharaj's life. In the year 1970 and 1971, when Maharaj was aged 19 and 20, his as the book says, the journey home, his journey to India and Vrindavan especially, which he always feels as his home. So many amazing incidents Maharaj has shared in the book. Some of the most striking ones which I felt like adding it here on the quiz was what he shared, what happened in Kandahar. So I just put something as a point here for us to revive those wonderful pastimes. Anybody remembers what are actually there were 3 major incidents that happened. Everybody may not know all 3, but if anybody knows even one, just share it. We can collectively try to, yes, Mataji, yeah. Yeah, one of them, yes.
One of
yes.
Hare Krishna. Oh.
You want to share? Jai. His Holiness Prahladan Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for gracing the occasion with your presence. We're just continuing with some I just lost my voice. We're just continuing with some offerings, Maharaj, and would love to hear from you whenever you would like to. Thank you, Maharaj.
So one incident I remember in Kandahar, Afghanistan, Radha Swami Maharaj, he encountered a young boy who was blind, and he was also very clearly poor. He was wearing just rags, but he was playing a stringed instrument, and he was singing with so much love in his heart. And Maharaj knew somehow that the song was about God. He was singing like a hymn with this very simple instrument, and a very obviously physically simple boy, and the love of God shone through this language he didn't know, through this boy he didn't know, and transformed his heart.
Yes, thank you so much. You can put the answers. Anybody else remembers any other incident? In fact, one of the, when I was hearing Maharaj on one of his classes, he was mentioning that there were 2 reasons why he didn't want to write that book, The Journey Home. One was obviously, as we said, he felt it is arrogant to write about himself till His Holiness Bhakti Tirth Maharaj proved him otherwise. And the second was, he said that there are such incidents that happened in his life that he felt that nobody would believe if he shares them with people. So one such incident happened in Kandahar. So I was just, if anybody remembers. So anyway, I'll go with it in the interest. Yeah, so Mataji, you can share.
I hope this incident in the Kandahar only. When Maharaj, he came across with the people who were smoking hookah, and there was a place there were many people, and there was lot of smoke, and they were smoking hookah, and it was in the level it was kind of mad.
Yes.
And he got the realization there that from that day I'm not going to do any intoxication.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes, that's true. If you can put the answer. So there were 3 things. One was one person by the name, I forgot the person's name, he invited him to his house, and okay, we'll just say a loud Haribol for Maharaj. His Holiness Prahladan Maharaj ki Jai. So he was on a terrace of a person, and he managed to call a mongoose on the terrace, and Maharaj mentions that mongoose took a liking to his hair, because at that time Maharaj had very long hair, and he mentions in the book that in those times keeping long hair was a symbol of revolt or rebellion against the norms, in the 1960s and 70s. And he had very long hair which he hadn't cut for a long while, and a mongoose actually crawled onto his neck, and he almost slept there for 6 hours. And Maharaj mentions that he had like sharp cloth and on his hand, and very heavy. And the person who he was living with, he said, in our culture, a mongoose is considered as a very pious person or a very special creature. So don't wake him up when he's sleeping. If you wake him, he might just shred your head shred your head. So Maharaj mentions that he learned in his own way, he just shares that he learned the virtue of patience from the mongoose, because he had to stay like that for 6 hours. While the mongoose had good sleep, he was awake all the time. And then, of course, Mataji shared, he happened to be in a den of cannabis addicts. And those, Maharaj mentions in the book that looking at those old Afghanis, they look like PhDs or postgraduate students as compared to the hippies in the West, the way they would, they were like toddlers, in terms of the way they would abuse their own body for those kind of intoxications. And then, of course, as Mataji shared, spiritual, blind boy, Maharaj mentions somewhere around a 16-year-old boy with single-stringed instrument, and he was blind, and he was very blissfully singing the glories of God. And one thing to remember as we go through these books and these pastimes is Maharaj didn't know these languages, right? Even when he went to India, he couldn't speak Hindi, he cannot speak any language, and it's so amazing how he still continued to learn so much from different cultures and different countries. So, Maharaj, would you like to share something at this point? Please. Let's welcome His Holiness Prahladanand Maharaj to the dais, please. Hari Bol.
Omagyanatvinandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chaksuramilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Praya Krishna Prasthaya Bhute Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tanamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nirvishesha Srinivadi Paskadyade Satarne. Many times at Vyaspuja ceremonies, I speak about how we see our current initiating gurus in relationship with our founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada. That many of my godbrothers who are initiating within ISKCON, they have many wonderful qualities, like Radhanath Maharaj, who's humble, loves to tell pastimes about Krishna, patient. But then we also have the fact that we're living in a society called ISKCON. And Prabhupada as a founder Acharya had a vision for ISKCON. And that vision is not as clear now as it was when Prabhupada was here. The ISKCON is supposed to be one family, one spiritual family, and to a certain extent, ISKCON has been divided up, perhaps more evidently sometimes and less as evidently at other times, into different groups, where we have a central figure who's the initiating guru, and then the devotees who are his disciples or followers, they group around him. So this is what Prabhupada warned us against. He didn't want that. That was the reason why the Gaudiya Math dissolved and their preaching became ineffective. So no matter how exalted our leader may be, still we have to be connected with essential teachings of our founder Acharya in order to actually be able to become an actual effective society, not only to spread Krishna consciousness, but to actually deeply imbibe the philosophy and the experience of Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada gave the example very early on that if you have one father, he had a number of children, and he gave each one of those children sticks to break. and each one of them broke the stick very easily. But then the father put all the sticks together, and he asked each one of them to try and break the sticks, and none of them were able to do it. So Prabhupada, when he was asked at the end of his physical appearance on this planet what was important, he said, your love for me will be shown by how you cooperate to keep this movement together after my disappearance. So therefore we have to understand that what is exactly our disciple succession? Our disciple succession is based upon the teachings coming down from Krishna via this disciple succession. And ultimately those teachings are manifested through the acharyas in their realization of 4 different things. One of them is that they've assimilated the knowledge so that everything they see is in relation to Krishna. The second is that they've actually realized their spiritual identity. The third is that they realize that there's no difference between Krishna and Krishna's name. And the fourth is they have no other desire other than to spread Krishna consciousness. So those qualities are the qualities of a Mahabhagavat. Now in our society, especially devotees, as aspiring devotees, we choose a leader which we believe to some degree or another has those qualities. Now as long as we're not self-realized, as Prabhupada writes in the Nectar of Instruction, in the 6th verse, we take it on, mostly what we're doing is we're taking on faith, Krishna consciousness. When Prabhupada was asked by one lady, can you recommend an edition of the Bhagavad Gita in English? And Prabhupada said, no, I can't recommend any edition because all of them have deviated from the spirit of the Bhagavad Gita. The spirit of the Bhagavad Gita, very simply, is that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Vedaischa Savarham Eva Vedyo, Vedanta Krid Vedavid Eva Chaham. By the Vedas, after studying all the Vedas, one knows Krishna. One can get to know Krishna. Yomam Eva Masamudo, Janati Purushottama, Sasarvavit Bhajante Mam, Sarvabhavena Bharata. That this is the most confidential part of all the Vedas. Yomam Eva Masamudo, Janati Purushottama. That anyone who knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. This is the most confidential part of all the Vedic literature. Anyone who knows this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection. So the essence is to meet Krishna directly, to speak to him, to play with him, to serve him and his devotees. And we choose a leader who can take us to that position of reviving our eternal relation with Krishna. It's not a competition, because at the end everyone winds up exactly in the first place, in love with Krishna and engage in service to Krishna. But we have to choose some leader. Now the question is, ultimately whatever leader we choose, we have to choose the best leader. And at least theoretically, Krishna is the best leader. We take it for granted when we join the Hare Krishna movement that it's not Shiva, it's not Brahma, it's not Ganesh, it's not Durga. We choose Krishna as our leader. And we choose those who are following Krishna to the best they can as our leader. And what is the ultimate success? What is the vision that one gets? Krishna says one falls in love with Krishna. And when he falls in love with Krishna, he sees Krishna everywhere. And he sees everything as a manifestation of Krishna. And that way he enters into the eternal kingdom of Krishna, where everyone has exactly the same desire. Prabhupada, Sri Maharaj in one of his books was writing that in the spiritual world, Krishna has so many gopis. who are his lovers. Now in the material world, if two women have the same lover, many times they get in competition with each other. Who's going to be the best? Who's going to get his attention? But in the spiritual world, there's no envy. Everyone has one objective, that is to please Krishna. And therefore, if someone's better at pleasing Krishna, then one becomes a devotee of that devotee. Because they know that Srimati Radharani is the one who pleases Krishna the most, and therefore they're always trying to unite Srimati Radharani with Krishna, because they know Krishna is the happiness. And since Krishna, he's like the root of the tree, and the more he's happy, the more the entire universes, all spiritual, material universes, become blessed. So everyone has the same interest to please Krishna, and therefore there's no envy. Now in our society, as we theoretically, in Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada says that if one wants to understand Bhagavad Gita, then at least theoretically one has to accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And in that submissive spirit, one can take advantage of the Bhagavad Gita. We may not have realized everything. We may not have, if we think we have complete faith when we're not on the when we haven't met Krishna directly. If we can't speak to Krishna right now, to say we have complete faith in Krishna means that we don't really understand what faith really means, what realization means. If you say you love someone, you're madly in love with a woman, and then someone asks you, when did you meet her? Well, I never met her. Really, did you ever talk to her? Well, I do, but she never talks back. She never said anything to me directly. I just heard from her, about her from others. Yes, there may be some love there, some show of affection, but complete love will not manifest until there's an actual complete relationship. So on theory, we follow the process by which we can develop that relationship with Krishna. And there are many who show us the way to do that. Now our founder, Acharya Srila Prabhupada, and we, at least theoretically, when we join this movement, we're supposed to be understanding that Srila Prabhupada was a pure devotee, that he actually had a direct relation with Krishna, that he could speak with Krishna. He understood his relationship with Krishna. He could convey that knowledge with complete understanding. It wasn't a theory, it was a complete experience for Prabhupada, Krishna consciousness. Others may have that also. We don't know because we're not on that platform. But unless we all accept that Prabhupada is on that platform and that we have to see everyone, including our initiating gurus, through the eyes of Srila Prabhupada's instructions and example, then we'll be missing the point. Then what will happen is we'll have many nice devotees, advanced devotees, with their followers, but we'll have many divided groups. Sometimes they call it guru groupies. And in our guru groupies, everyone loves their guru, which is nice. That what we're trying to do is develop love for the guru. And through the guru is supposed to instruct us how to love everyone else, sometimes on the same level of him, and even more than him. This is Rupa Goswami's instructions, that love, appreciation, and faith, that is what we're dealing with. Even the devotees we don't like so much, we're still supposed to respect them, at least within our mind. That there's no room for any kind of envy in the Hare Krishna movement. There's nothing called legitimate envy. This person stole my samosa yesterday. I have a good reason to hate him or her. I'm justified. There's no justification for any kind of envy or any kind of maya, any kind of lower emotion. Therefore, even the lowest devotee who's chanting Hare Krishna but doesn't follow very strictly the sahajiyas, we're supposed to at least respect them within our minds, but not intimately associate with them. And on the level where there are devotees who are worshiping the deities who have been initiated. And initiated, one of the things Prabhupada said about initiation, what do we give up at the time of initiation? We don't give up our house or our wife or our children. We're even allowed sometimes to keep our dogs. Which is not advised, but anyhow, sometimes there's no question of that. What we're supposed to give up at the time of initiation is our false ego. That's what initiation means. When we're given the name of a devotee of Krishna, then, or something in relation with the Krishna, then at the end there's das or dasi. So we're supposed to transform our awareness of ourselves from something material. I'm American, I'm Indian, I'm Chinese, I'm black, I'm white, I'm male, female. We're supposed to give that up at the time of initiation and take on a different identity. I'm dasa das anudasa or dasi anudasi. That's supposed to be our mentality from that point on. Otherwise, the initiation has no real meaning if we keep the same upadhis, the same material conception that we had before we took initiation. Then spiritual life doesn't really begin until we give up these anarthas, that I am such and so. We may not give them up all at once. We may fall victim of identifying ourselves with something gross or subtle. But we're supposed to try to give it up at the time of initiation. The process is giving up these misidentifications and accepting ourselves as a servant. And when we accept a guru, he's supposed to teach us how to respect within the mind others who are chanting Hare Krishna, how to cooperate with others who have also tried to give up their false egos and are engaged in worshiping the deity and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission of the Sankirtan mission. They may not be perfect, but they're trying to become perfect. They're trying to become the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna. And for those who are more advanced, who actually have given up being critical of others, like I hardly ever heard someone like Radhanath Maharaj criticize anyone else. So that's a sign of spiritual advancement. But the most advanced devotee, he not only not criticizes everyone, but he actually sees Krishna within everyone's heart. And he knows exactly what they're thinking because Krishna tells them exactly what to do as a perfect instrument for Krishna to fulfill Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission of Yari Deka Tarikaha Krishna Upadesh Amara Agai Guruhana Taridesh. Whoever we meet, we only have one relationship with everyone, every living entity in this whole universe and in the spiritual universe. We only have one relationship, that is to help them become Krishna conscious. That's our mission in life as devotees, to learn that. So no one has shown a better example than Srila Prabhupada. That Srila Prabhupada was able to go everywhere he went and at least help inspire others to take up the process of Krishna consciousness. Not everyone did it immediately. Not everyone apparently did it. But his pastimes were empowerment, directly in contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he was able to create a worldwide movement of devotees where everyone had the same mission. Everyone was doing the same thing. We had a morning program. We had an evening program. We had a mission to become Krishna conscious and spread Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada was the authority of how to do it. He was the example. His books are the basis of how to do that. Now, nothing in this movement, at least, can substitute for that. Or else we have better to have another movement. If we cannot accept Prabhupada as the founder Acharya in the sense that he's the foundational example and instructor, that we have to judge everything, including our own guru, which we generally never do. But if there is some question, because there's always going to be some disagreements among followers of one Acharya, because as conditioned souls, we're going to see things differently. And as spiritual beings, even their spiritual souls, there's variety, there's personality. Guru Goswami has given us certain 64 items of principles that everyone has to follow. But there is also, he says, that there are varieties of things that are not within these 64 principles that spiritual masters may differ on. Still, the founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada, who were supposed to at least theoretically accept, and not only theoretically, but this temple wouldn't have been here unless it was the desire of Srila Prabhupada. I mean, I came here in 1971, and I was the second temple president here. I was the first temple president in Houston, Texas, and the first temple president here in Mohananandapur. He changed with me. He became the second temple president of Houston. I became the second president of Dallas. But I only came here because Prabhupada wrote a letter to my temple president in 1970, saying that I should go somewhere and open a temple. He also had Vishnu John Maharaj, who I was with, open the temple in Houston because he was, anyhow, he happened to come down there and we opened the temple together in Houston with another devotee named Srinath. But that was all, it was under Prabhupada's instructions because of his inspiration, his desire to spread Krishna consciousness. Otherwise, personally, the only thing I heard about Texas was in scandalous newspapers. The Ku Klux Klan, that's what it was famous for. Actually, I distributed more books to the Ku Klux Klan members in Houston, near Houston in Vidor, Texas, than anyone else. But we didn't go with Tilak and Dodis there, by the way. They wouldn't have appreciated it. But they bought a lot of books. But we came here because Prabhupada wanted us to come here. He wanted us to go to different places to spread Krishna consciousness. And because of that, somehow or another, Krishna consciousness developed. Prabhupada wrote the books for the basis of why we all agreed on what we were doing. There are many arguments, and there still are. Many of them are useless. But the important things that we were doing in cooperation with each other were all based upon Srila Prabhupada's instructions. Prabhupada wrote the books. He set the example of, at the age of 70, coming to the United States with 40 rupees and creating a worldwide movement. He went around the world so many times. He inspired so many devotees to become devotees, so many people to become devotees. He established temples, he established the gurukuls, established the farm projects. He was the basis of everything in our society. And our society was successful and is successful in the sense of developing the consciousness of Krishna within us. Srila Prabhupada once wrote to me, he said, I don't want books, I don't want temples, I don't want buildings, I don't want money, I don't want any of these things. All I want to see is my books are being distributed. And because you're doing this, I am pleased. So Prabhupada, Hare Krishna, can you turn off your phone, please? So Prabhupada valued more than the buildings, the money, the followers. He wanted that we develop our consciousness of Krishna. And Prabhupada, for all of us in this society, he's the example. Even if we think someone is on the same level, even if we think that someone of us can come to that level, that Prabhupada is always going to be the example for this society. Others may help us understand Prabhupada and show us the way that Prabhupada was showing. And they'll also be considered, perhaps in the future, someone like an acharya. But for now, if we want to have a united society, an effective society, the whole world is under the influence of Kali Yuga. And it's not diminishing. And we may think Kali Yuga is just going on because it's Kali Yuga. No, it's going on because we're not taking Krishna consciousness seriously enough. Because we're expecting my neighbor, my friend, some acharya, some initiating guru, some sannyasi, they're supposed to save the world. And what I'm doing here is I'm taking prasadam, giving some donation, distributing a book once in a while. At the end of Srila Prabhupada's pastimes on this planet, some government officials came to him in November, actually at the end of October 77, And they wanted to meet with Srila Prabhupada alone to ask him some questions. Prabhupada's servants, they didn't want that. But Prabhupada agreed. And so Bhakti Churu Maharaj left the tape recorder on so we could hear what the conversation was about. And there was the chief minister of Maharashtra and some other politician came, and they asked Srila Prabhupada, they said, who will be the next leader in the Hare Krishna movement? And Prabhupada said, I'm not appointing anyone as the next leader. All my disciples will become the next leader. All my followers become, as much as they've understood this philosophy and they're following it, they'll become the next leader. So our leaders are supposed to, there are leaders as much as they understood Prabhupada's message and follow it. And the best leader and the best followers will be those who have emphasized Prabhupada's instruction that your love for me will be shown by how you cooperate to keep this movement together after my disappearance. Not to see each other in relationship to who my initiating guru is, to see my initiating guru as an example of how he's working to instruct his disciples to not only see who to respect within the mind, who to cooperate with, but who else in the society is the examples for us to follow and to take as our guru also. If we don't see our other gurus within our society, if we don't understand how to respect others within the mind, if we don't understand how to cooperate with the others who are on the same level, whoever they're initiated by, then we'll simply commit offenses and our own spiritual life will be impeded. Our guru will have a bigger headache than he had even after we got initiated. And this movement will not progress. It'll simply remain little sectarian groupies of disciples who think that I'm so-and-so's disciple and everyone else is unfortunate or lesser or whatever else. They're in a different world. There's no such thing in the spiritual world like that. There's no such thing as spiritual consciousness. Those who are actually elevated, who they'll be shown, and their disciples will show them as the ones who have actually transcended all these different upadhis, including this idea of who I'm initiated by. And judge others not by who they're initiated by, or who I'm initiated by the love, the appreciation, the awareness of how everyone and everything is connected to Krishna. That was what Prabhupada manifested. That's what all our acharyas show and manifest. That ability to take everyone as Krishna's eternal servant and to serve them appropriately. So if we want to glorify someone as exalted as Radhanath Maharaj or others, then we should show by the example of how to transcend these upadhis, including the upadhi of thinking that my guru is the source of information. Actually, our guru is the source of information because he gives the same information that Srila Prabhupada and our acharyas are giving. And every other guru in our society, there are gurus, whether they're initiating or shiksha gurus, as much as they're able to convey the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through the disciple succession that Prabhupada represents and manifest that within this world by their own example and by the example of their followers. So if we want to glorify Radhanath Maharaj, Srila Radhanath Maharaj, then we should try to transcend all these different ideas of who we think we are, and try to come to the spiritual platform of experience and realization and activity so that we feel just as happy, just as harmonious with every other devotee within the society. And that's what our Guru's glory will be manifested when we love everyone in the society equally as we love our God brothers and sisters. We serve them equally according to their status, whether we respect them within our minds or we cooperate with them, we take instructions from them and serve them, just like we serve our Guru, because he's taught us how to do that. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so
Radhanath
much.
Maharaj ki jai.
His Holiness Prahlad Maharaj ki jai. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for reminding us of the very foundational aspects of initiation, of how we can please our Guru, as Maharaj said, the love and cooperation that we can share beyond just, as Maharaj used the term Guru Groupies. We all are Srila Prabhupada's family. We all belong to the mercy of Prabhupada, and I've seen that spirit so wonderfully being cultivated here in this temple. Like when I came from Chicago area like 4, 5, 6 years ago, I was stunned to hear the statistic that this temple community has around 36 different Guru disciples. I mean, that's just a number, but just to give an idea of, there's so many different Guru Maharajas and so many different disciples, and by the mercy of Sri Radha Kalachandji and such wonderful souls, we remain grounded. We stay focused, and we don't forget these things, that we have to always be in love and cooperation. And as Maharaj said, something which really touched my heart is the real way to please Radhanath Maharaj would be to serve everybody beyond these upadhis of I am a disciple of such and such Guru. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for sharing that message with all of us, helping us. This is the reason we want to celebrate these Vyas Puja, so we can enhance our consciousness, our resolve, and whatever virtues and qualities we would want to imbibe in ourselves, in our spiritual quest. So this is how we really take benefit of these occasions. So with that, we'll move on. I know we definitely want to hear from both our temple presidents, our ex-temple president Nityanand Prabhuji and then Narsimha Prabhu. So I'm going to invite, but there were also a few more. So we usually stop by 12, but this time we are going to go a little longer, if that's okay with everybody. The crowd really swelled a little later, so we'll go on till 12:30, and then we will do the Pushpanjali. So we're going to extend it by half an hour so more devotees can get a chance to share. For a few housekeeping items. Number one, I think as the crowd grows, make sure your phones are in mute at a minimum, or whatever. It shouldn't ring so that it doesn't disturb the the hearing. Also the kids, we love kids and they have to be restless, but just to make sure that the others can hear the glories nicely. So we have to make sure that they are quiet. And the third is, I was told that yes, if you do come up to speak, just be on the chair so that the live audience can see properly, because the camera is panned right here. So don't sit down, try to be on the chair if you are coming and sharing your thing. So my screen is blocked. I'm not going to go with a quiz right now, but let me, I think Gaurav Prabhu, you want to go next? Yeah, we have time, don't worry. You can go next, that's fine. It's a hard act to follow after we heard from Maharaj, but no problem. Whatever your 2 cents, you want to share your heart, we are happy to hear from.
Hare Krishna. So devotees, thank you for this nice festival, Prabhuji. I just wanted to share something which I have felt about Maharaj. So from devotees who are closer to Maharaj, we have heard about from them multiple times that Maharaj mentions that he is not skilled at doing management and he does not like doing management. However, when we see his behavior, some 2 things which come to my mind that reflect his humility as well as his service attitude. So way back in 2000, we were in Pune, and there was this class by Maharaj, and he was talking about his GBC duties. And that time internet was a pretty new thing. So this question came up that how do you find internet impacting your work? Has it made it easier for you? He said, easy. It has become much more difficult for me now, because now people can reach me at any point of time and I'm expected to respond at any point of time, right? So what we can see here is that he was there as a GBC member for many, many years. I think even recently, he has got relinquished that responsibility. But despite that's not being his core interest area, many of us who work in corporate world, perhaps we are by nature, by Swadharma, we like management, we like to direct people, do work with them, but not Maharaj. He is not like somebody who is like a core administrator. So he may not necessarily like doing it, but he was still doing it for so many years. So the way I see it is that this is perhaps his service attitude, that okay, there is something required to be done, so he did it. So that's one part. Second part, again related to management side of it. So, like couple of centuries back, maybe even 100 years back, the whole system of Guru and Shishya, the way he used to work was that Guru used to know the Shishya usually personally very well, right? They were probably in the same village or in the same locality and the same geography, and there was a lot of personal relationship between them. Now, many of us have realized this problem in the modern world, wherein the things are international. So Guru is perhaps thousands of miles away, and Shishya is somewhere else, and not only one, there could be hundreds and thousands of them. So how do we actually connect is a problem. So I think it was in the year 2000, 2001 that the system of counseling system came up from Maharaj. What I know is that he tried doing this couple of times in the Chowpatty temple, and each time he tried doing it, it was not actually realized. So he used to ask his disciples, so what about that counselor system? Has it been put in place? No, Maharaj, we're trying it, it's not going through. But what I understand from devotees is that Maharaj pursued it multiple times because he had that vision that, okay, this is a problem, we need to solve it. So ultimately, we all know that this system has become like well established in the last so many years. Again, my point here was that even though he's saying that he does not like management, he is not skilled at management, the way he established the counseling system, I personally feel that just shows his acumen for being a great manager. So again, the point here is service attitude and the humility. So even though he is good at something, he does not accept that he is good at doing so and so thing. So that's my small observation about Maharaj, and we just pray to him that he gives us all the wisdom and all the blessings so that we can progress on the path shown by him. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Gaurav Prabhu, for helping us remember one more virtue of Maharaj. As we all know, his humility. He always, one of the last things he would like is to be, glorified. That is one reason why he doesn't allow any elaborate Vyas pujas, especially in the temple which he resides. Moving on, we will continue to hear more. Is Rasalila here? She was going to be. Oh. So I'll start stacking up the devotees queue in the interest of time. So maybe after this, Vrindavati Prabhuji, is he here? Would you like to share after this? Yeah.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Happy Vyasa Puja. There's so much to say on this auspicious day, but here's a small little offering. Years of thanks and gratitude only to be paid back by a service attitude. But I don't have that, and whatever little I do have is only by your mercy and blessings. It's definitely not enough to pay back what you've done for me, not even close. For without you, I wouldn't be in this world, and definitely not in such an amazing family. You brought me here. I really wish I knew why, and sometimes the list of possible reasons makes me cry, because I could never live up to your wishes and present to you anything off that list. And I know things have changed now. You became my guru, my teacher, my lifesaver, and by your mercy, this crazy girl has somehow matured. But really, I don't even know how it happened. Always a grandfather figure, that's how I saw you, always. Nothing more, nothing less. Always there for me, highs or lows. Reminiscing the summers we spent living with you in Chicago, remembering all the trauma me, Gaurangi, and Nitai put you through. From jumping from the railings at 11 p.m. when you were staying in the basement where the sounds of our jumping echoed like there were elephants on the top floor, to forcing you to go to the curb to write your book because sanity and staying quiet didn't seem to run in our DNA. We never really gave you an easy time, but there were so many times where you were our friend, joking and laughing, bringing us closer every moment in that time. But most importantly, you were our mentor and guided us without us even knowing. Looking back to those days, each moment with you, there was always something to learn. I used to wonder when grandfather to guru happened, but then these small instructions that I never really understood and I'm still trying to figure out. These instructions was what made me realize that there is nothing better than to be under your shelter. Your exemplary personality and aura, the way you always made us feel welcomed and made sure we were happy, but at the same time taught us so many instructions. This kind and loving personality was like a magnetic pull, bringing me closer to you every minute, every second. And you so kindly accepted this insignificant servant of yours as your disciple. And as I try to follow in the footsteps of your disciples, I try to follow the instructions you give me, especially the most important one when you told me to be talented and gifted with humility and devotion. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Rasalila, for the wonderful offering. So, may I request Vrindapati Prabhu to come and share? And after this, Nityanand Prabhu, would you like to share after Vrindapati Prabhu? Thank you so much. So, while Prabhuji is getting ready, let's do one more quiz here. Not sure if people on that side are able to see the screen, but I'll read it for you. Those of you who joined late, we are trying to also use the time in between to hear some wonderful pastimes of Maharaj, which he wrote in the book. I mean, basically, his sojourn of trying to learn and his spiritual quest. So this is an episode that happened where the question is, from whom did Maharaj learn the ways to survive in the jungles? Yeah? That's right. What's your name, Mataji? What is your good name? Kamal Govi Maharaj. Thank you. So that's correct. Maharaj learned the art of surviving in the jungles from a person called Kailash Baba. So if you have noticed by now, the theme of this year's decoration has been like forests, because Maharaj spent a lot of his time in the caves of the Himalayas and in Rishikesh and Haridwar. And I don't know if you have noticed by now, but there is a tiger on the altar of Sri Radha Kalachandji. We have a cheetah which is like lurking behind the trees. If you came late, you haven't seen it. But I promise you that if any of them were real, we would not be in this room, right? So, but Maharaj had to live, when he was living in the caves, he had to live amongst like wild elephants and cheetahs and snakes and cobras and pythons and, so many different. And so there was one person by the name Kailash Baba who actually taught him how to, like I think somebody was mentioning, I think Jai Gaurang Prabhu was talking about how Maharaj mentioned that you should be seeing everybody equally. And Maharaj shares this, what he learned from Kailash Baba is that if you want to survive through these, wild animals, he said two things. Number one, you should not feel you are superior than them, which means you have to actually look at the, Pandita Samadarshana level, that they are also souls, and being humans, we are not any superior. And number two, that you should not have any fear of them. If you are fearful, like Maharaj in his own words says, you are on their territory, they can kill you. So anyway, so that was the some of the tricks that Kailash Baba shared and taught Maharaj how to survive, in those jungles, and how to beg, and so many wonderful things have been mentioned. So with that, I'll ask His Grace Vrindapati Prabhu to share.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji, for the opportunity. Though I don't have any qualification to glorify Guru Maharaj, but I'll try to share some of the incidences where I had some close interactions with him. So since I have joined ISKCON back in 1996-97 period, so that was the first time when I saw Guru Maharaj. He was in the temple. That was my first time I was visiting Radha Gopinath temple, and Radhanath Maharaj was like dancing in the crowd, and he was also singing Gaur Arti. So I was wondering, like, who is this man, and how much energy he has. And I was trying to be as far as away from the crowd and to the back of the, one of the pillar and I was simply watching what was happening there. And I never imagined that one time in the future, I'll be accepting this personality as my eternal spiritual master. So since then, I had so many opportunities to hear him personally when he used to give classes. So I heard once, like Maharaj was mentioning about Srila Prabhupada, that a disciple should develop an interest to hear his spiritual master. So most of the times, we like to take pictures with the spiritual master, we like to do so many things with the spiritual master, but we never like, I'm not generalizing, please forgive me, but most of the times, devotees, they don't have that test to hear the spiritual master. And as I can remember, Radhanath Maharaj used to have Pune yatras, and those yatras also, when I attended for the first time, I realized that it was only lectures, kirtan, take your breakfast, lunch, dinner on time, but again, it used to continue with the same pattern without any break. And on the first day, I could go back to the room around 12 o'clock. Midnight. I wasn't expecting this. I was thinking the yatra will be more of a fun, and Next day, again, around 2:30, I started hearing another devotee chanting, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. I said, what's the time? And we were all put like around 21 devotees in one flat. Like it's a 2-bedroom flat. And almost like everybody was closely sleeping, I wasn't even aware whom I was sleeping with. So, like Maharaj has developed such a wonderful culture where we learn to tolerate each other. We don't know who the others are, but we feel so closeness because the way he treats others. I have also noticed that he always loves everybody so much. I remember like one time I had taken my daughter Tulsi when she was very small, maybe 1 year or 2 years, to Chicago temple, and she had got one laddu from Maharaj. So I always look at that picture and I feel she's so blessed. She's so fortunate to associate with Maharaj and get his special mercy. And I was also thinking, like, I'm also like a child, Though I feel like I may have spent like 20, 30 years in ISKCON, but I still feel like a child. As long as you feel like a child, you will always be loved by others and cared by others, protected by others. So if we start thinking that now I have grown up, I have become something, some designations, some positions, that moment you are like, not allowing others to have those kind of interactions with us. So we also see from the life of Radhanath Swami Maharaj, whenever he interacts with others, I have seen him closely just by watching him. The way he has built that Vyasasana, there is no temple in ISKCON which has a Vyasasana like this, where 5 to 7 devotees can sit. And Maharaj was always thinking, I don't want to sit on Vyasasana and then make my god brother sit somewhere, or So he always makes sure that he is not trying to show off anything out of his things. So that is one of the greatest thing I have learned from him, how to respect and honor and treat. Though, as I said, I'm just like a child. I am making mistakes even today, a lot of mistakes. But that is what he is showing just by his simple examples. Whenever he gets down from his lectures, like one time I was supposed to serve him after his class, and I was waiting. This was in New Vrindavan. A lot of devotees were in line, to meet. So normally devotees, they go, take their prasad and come back. And by the time Maharaj is supposed to take his dinner, everybody is standing, Maharaj, this is my wife or my husband or my children, and this is my parents, and the crowd goes on and on and on. And Maharaj finally came around 11, and he was looking at me and few other devotees who were supposed to serve him, and looked at the Matajis who might have cooked, and everybody was waiting like Maharaj will have, and my service will be finally accepted. Just to please everybody, Maharaj just said, give me this much of soup. And then he took and he left. And I was wondering, like most of the times when prasadam is there, most of the devotees are so much enlightened, right? The first thing I want to grab and get and enjoy. But here is Guru Maharaj, who has, no attraction, literally. He has no attraction for anything. He is beyond all the attractions of this material world. And we can easily see from his Journey Home book as well. I mean, I can go on and on. I don't know how much time I have, but I don't want to take all the time. I know most of the others also have to share their things. Just one last thing I would say is, whenever I'm in difficulties, Guru Maharaj is always there. I always feel his presence. Though I may not get his physical association so much after coming to Dallas, but on this auspicious day, I would like to again request His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj that please keep coming to Dallas, spend more time. Please allow us to be near physical association. Though I know Vani is more important, but I'm still greedy. I'm just like a child begging to the Father that please give us more of your association. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. His Grace Vrindavati Prabhu ki jai. Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for sharing your heartfelt realizations on your relationship with Guru Maharaj. So we'll at this point welcome His Grace Nityanand Prabhuji. And after that, if I may request Narsim Rupa Prabhu, if he's in the temple hall. And after that, Gokulanand Prabhuji, would you like to share after Narsim Rupa Prabhu? Please come forward and share something.
Om Jnana-timirandhasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshuranmritam yena tasmai Shri Gurave namaha. Vancha kalpatarubhascha Kripa-sindhubhyevacha Patitanam pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya namo namaha. So going on with the same theme that resonates in this with everyone speaking, how Maharaj has such a great heart to always show so much love to everybody, always be very, very caring. So, moving forward in the same idea, I first wanted to recognize Rupanuga Prabhu, who's sitting there right next to the Pujari. It's his 80th birthday today. Let's all wish him a very happy birthday. Let's all chant a round of Hare Krishna for him, for his greatest benefit. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Just a very wonderful devotee, very humble devotee, very jovial. Will say things to you that might irk you for a little while, but then after that you'll see that there's a lot of sense in what he says. So with Radhanath Maharaj, as Maharaj was saying, a real spiritual master is one who actually continues the mood and instructions of the Acharya, in our case, Srila Prabhupada, and Radhanath Maharaj so much exemplifies that. We can see that in all of the things that he does, he is completely imbued with those same four things that Prahlada Maharaj was saying, how one really understands the science of Krishna consciousness, the art and science of Krishna consciousness. And Maharaj, sometimes when he speaks about Krishna Lila and Gaura Lila, you feel transported into that environment. You feel like you're right there as you're hearing him. And you sort of get this feeling that he must have been there himself, because he'll say things that are just not
You can't see that in scripture. You don't see that in writing, like that. And also, understanding identity. I mean, who better than Maharaj than understanding identity, who he is? He considers himself the servant of the servant of the servant of the servants, and lives his life in such a way that he offers obeisances to his own disciples at times and others. I mean, that's an amazing mood to have. And then to have Namaruchi. How many of you have seen Maharaj chanting? Hands up. Wonderful. You can see, right? So much. Ruchi's head shaking and he's into it, and every word of the 16 words is being said, right? And then fourth that Maharaj spoke about was Sankirtan, right? Outreach. I mean, Maharaj's Sankirtan is so powerful. Having so many disciples is only one example, but how many followers he has around the world. Disciples may be in the thousands, but followers run into the tens and hundreds of thousands, because we hear from him, and anyone who hears from him, just as the example that Gopi spoke about, that bank headquarters that he was in and spoke for half an hour, and then the bank CEO decides to give the building to the Hare Krishnas, just with half an hour of listening to Maharaj speaking. This is the impact of Maharaj. And yes, as Jai Gauranga Prabhu rightly said, this is the happiest day of our life. And yes, I do say that whenever we celebrate the Holy Appearance Day of any devotee, spiritual master like that, because actually Guru is one. Today I feel the presence of my personal spiritual master as well, my Guru Maharaj. But also, it's because these days actually tell us why we're really happy. And isn't it true that every day should be happy, right? Every day should be the happiest day of our life. In fact, every hour should be the happiest hour of our life. That is how it should be. And this is the contribution of Maharaj, that we can see that he's always spreading happiness. And whoever sees him feels happy, feels very happy to see him, and remembers that happiness for a very long time, right? And we recount it at these times. So I also feel very happy today, and particularly for something which is that the most important thing for a devotee, as one of Srila Prabhupada's, whose name is Guna Avatar Prabhu, is from Israel, says that it's not really remembering what happened with our spiritual master or with somebody important that we met that is important. It is that we carry out the instructions of that person and do the things that the person has been asking us to do. That is glorification of the spiritual master. So in my case, the day I got initiated, I was asked by my spiritual master, given some instructions, one of which was to set up a university, because Srila Prabhupada so much felt that if we set up a university that taught these principles that we're speaking about today in a way that the world can accept without thinking that they have to join the International Society for Krishna Consciousness or become a member of a particular church or institution, that would be a real contribution. So he gave that instruction to a number of his disciples. One happened to be Srila Gurudev, Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. And so he asked me to do that in the day. And that was 40 years ago. And at the time I wanted to get into it, but my temple president didn't feel it was the right thing. And then Gurudev gave me, and the GBC gave me more services to become a temple president here, a member of the GBC team in America, this, that, and the other. So things delayed, and finally last year I put my foot down and said, I'm resigning. I'm going to have to move on to my service for this university. And how this relates to Maharaj is that when Maharaj heard about this, when my spiritual master left the planet, which by the way is the most life-shattering moment in our lives, when suddenly you realize that your spiritual master is not on the planet and you're not ready and you feel like, wow, this is so untimely, right? Things happen in your life. Maharaj knew that, so he came to Dallas to meet with us. So at the time I was staying in a house right opposite Rupanuga Prabhu's house on Perry Avenue. There's a yellow house there that Pandava Vijay Prabhu and his family stay in now. And Maharaj sat on a futon in our house and sat me down below his futon And for 4 hours, he instructed me on how to set up the university. I mean, if this is not compassion, I don't know what compassion is. He didn't have to do that. And if anybody knows how much time Maharaj spends with anybody sitting down and speaking at one time, 4 hours is unheard of. But this is his compassion, because he realized that this is such an important service. He wanted to make sure that he gave his heart to me in a way that I would understand how this is to happen. And so finally I decided I didn't want to write a book, because I felt like Prabhupada has written the books. We don't need more books. We just need people to read Prabhupada's books and follow the instructions in Prabhupada's books. We really don't need more books. So, although I have material for about 200 books that I've already written, but I just didn't want to print anything. But then finally I thought, for the sake of the university, I'd tell a story of a person who was born as a Christian, died, went to heaven, met God, and God told him, I'm a little disappointed in you. And he says, why? He said, I'm already here in heaven. He says, because you didn't do what I really wanted you to do, and shows him a movie. And in that movie, he shows him the life of a devotee in the Hare Krishna movement. Now, I'm not going to spill out the rest of the book, because, we lose the thunder of the book. But the idea is that the education system is supposed to do that. Purpose of life is really to go back home, back to Godhead, right? That is our purpose. If we do all the other things, yeah, they'll have value, but those that cannot compare, pales in comparison to the understanding that our purpose in this life is to go back home to Krishna, because Krishna is really missing us. He's really unhappy that we've gone away from him, and now we're having a dance with the witch Maya. Idea is to go back home, back to God. So the education system should be such, and Prabhupada wanted the university to be set up in that way, so that at the center of the university would be a school called the School of Srila Prabhupada, in which school we would learn the mood and instructions of Srila Prabhupada and easily go home, back to Godhead. So Srila Radhanath Maharaj is a person who loves his devotees, his disciples. I'm sure if I asked any of your disciples whether you really feel so loved by Guru Maharaj, you'll all give a resounding yes. And not only give a resounding yes and say he's the best spiritual master, right? Here again and again, sometimes people speaking and saying, I'm so happy I took initiation from Radhanath Maharaj. Without you, I would not have been able to do this, that, and the other. It's true. Radhanath Maharaj does love his disciples so much, but he actually loves everyone equally. And some of us who are not his disciples feel so much love from him that sometimes we wonder whether he's just another body of the same person. You know how they're the same person but two different bodies, like that. We feel like that with him. That's how much love he has for everybody. And he's not asking anybody to take initiation, right? For those of you who know about his initiation, and I know it very well because I've had a lot of fights with his disciples, because I like to give first initiation very quickly, and the disciples won't agree. And they say, no, you have to wait this long, that long. You all have to wait a long time to become a disciple, right? Of Radhanath Maharaj, correct?
Yes.
But you don't have to wait a long time to receive his love. You can get it instantaneously. You see what I'm saying? It's just when you meet him, you hear him, everything about him resounds with love. This reverberates with love. And that is the lesson that we should learn. Because the greatest thing we can do in our life is to serve others. Jivadaya, Namaruchi, Vaishnava Seva. And especially the devotees, right, who are trying to do the same thing, showing them any amount of love that we can, is what will make this movement the most powerful movement on the planet. Not because of numbers, not because of how many temples we have, how much money we have, how many disciples, devotees we have, etc., but because this movement should go down in history as having shown the greatest love to every living entity. That is what we should go down in history. And Prabhupada did say that. He said this movement will go down in history as having saved the world in its darkest hour. Now, how many of us think the hour right now is very dark already, right? It's so dark already. It's pretty much the darkest, I can tell you. It's going to get a little worse for a little while. But this is our darkest times. This is the time each and every one of us has to step up and say, I will care for others. I will care for others. Can you please repeat that after me? I will care for others. And make that the most important statement in your life. And when you chant so that Krishna will empower you to serve others, to love others, to help others come out of the difficult situation they're in. And if we do that, then I can say that we glorified Radhanath Maharaj. Then we can say that Radhanath Maharaj would be very happy with us, Srila Prabhupada would be very happy with us, and our beautiful, wonderful deities. Look how beautiful they look today. What a wonderful setting, the setting of a cave, a setting of a jungle. And by the way, when you go to Vrindavan, that's what we'll be seeing. There'll be a great cave called Govardhan Hill and a great forest called Vrindavan. That's our home, our original home. So I'm so happy the disciples decided that that would be the theme today. And all of you have come. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate your coming. And let's again all give a very resounding Jai to Srila Prabhupada, Jai to Srila Radhanath Maharaj. Srila Radhanath Maharaj ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki
Jai.
Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari.
Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol. His Grace Nityananda Prabhuji ki Jai. Prabhuji, thank you so much for enlightening us with the real mood of Maharaj, and on behalf of all the Radhanath Maharaj disciples, we wish you the very best in your book. All of us are very eagerly waiting to see and read that book, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to, request few more devotees. I think Narasimha Prabhu is here. Prabhuji, you want to take some time before? Should I have? Okay. All right. So His Grace Gokulanand Prabhu, would you like to come and share? And while Prabhuji comes up, after that we'll have Narasimha Prabhu come and share, and then after that, if I may request Meenakshi Prabhuji, if you can come and share a few words. Thank you. So, as Prabhuji gets ready, I'm going to ask you all one more question. I'm going to skip through a few. Oh, some of you saw that slide? Okay, which was the first book that Maharaj, ISKCON book that Maharaj read? His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. If you know it, if you saw it, don't say it. Anybody remembers? No. Yeah, Krishna book is correct. So the pastime, the story is Maharaj, after visiting Calcutta, he went to Bombay, and that was the Central Maidan. There was a event, and in his book, Maharaj mentions the name of a devotee. His name is Tushta Prabhu. He gave Maharaj this book, and Maharaj didn't have the money to buy the book. So he would every day go to the bookstall, take the book, go to a tree, read it and give it back. And on the last day, he mentions that he tried to beg to get enough money to buy this book for 3-4 days in Bombay. But he said, I didn't get success of begging in Bombay the way I was getting in Himalayas and other villages. And finally, I think it was Shyam Sundar Prabhu who took, of course we all know how he was taken to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada asked him to sit on the same stage for 3-4 days while Prabhupada was giving classes, and Prabhupada even allowed him to touch his feet. So that's something. And then the last day when Prabhupada was leaving this Pandal program, Shyam Sundar Prabhu mentioned to Prabhupada that this boy is very interested to read the book but he doesn't have the money. So Prabhupada personally gave him the book to Maharaj. Can you imagine? The author of the book, Prabhupada, personally giving you the Krishna book. So that is that is the answer. That was the first book that Maharaj read from ISKCON. So.
So I would like to first make an offering on behalf of Mr. Bhagwan Prabhu. So dear Guru Maharaj, your god brother Mr. Bhagwan Prabhu instructed me to make this offering to you. So he said he was recalling how one time in the conversation with you, he asked you, Maharaj, how come after 20 years of spending in New Vrindavan, you became so popular? Hardly anyone knew you, Your Holiness, before that. So out of your own sweet humility, you replied him, not taking any credit for yourself. You said, I always like to be in the back. I always wanted to be in the background. I never wanted to come in forefront or in the limelight. But then everybody else in front of me started disappearing. So that's how. So you showed your humility. Taking that forward, Maharaj, I would like to make my personal offering at your lotus feet. In that connection, I can vividly recall one of your godbrother sannyasis. He mentioned in this particular respect that how Krishna always wants to pull anyone who wants to be in the back. So that's how actually, he also said how Srila Prabhupada in this context said, Krishna empowers someone who follows three things. So if I can remember, he said, there are three things that every devotee must endeavor to inculcate in their lives. Number one, I think he said sincerity, then seriousness, and no ulterior motive. I think you're the embodiment of these three things, and that's how Krishna empowered you and he brought it in forefront. So it is said in the Vedic culture, as opposed to what we see nowadays, right, in the Western culture, not to criticize any Western culture or anything like that, but on the day of birthdays, usually people, they expect the gifts. So Vedic culture is exactly opposite to this. On the birthdays, the tradition or the custom is to offer the gifts to others. So on this particular day, Maharaj, I would like to ask for a few gifts from you by meditating on few instructions. I was not prepared, to be honest with you. So I would like to meditate on a couple of instructions that I can recall. And the first one, I remember my senior godbrother, Govinda Prabhu, one time during the Brahmachari class, he had asked you this question, Maharaj, to what extent, how far one should follow one's authority while practicing one's devotional service? So you gave one wonderful answer, and it still remains in my heart. So you replied to Govinda Prabhu that as long as your authority says, or doesn't say two things, rather. He said, number one, that Lord Shiva is supreme, and number two, you're not the spirit soul, you're the body. So till that point of time, one should follow one's authority. Of course, any instructions we have been taught by your good self and Srila Prabhupada that one has to take into consideration Desha Kala Patra, time, place, and situation. So this cannot be taken, as a black or white statement. But I was meditating. You said this, but then how vividly you followed this in your own life. When Srila Prabhupada, your Guru Maharaj, instructed you to accept Kirtananda Swami as your authority, you went above and beyond to follow your own authority. Everyone knows. Then the second instruction that, not taking much of time, a second instruction I would like to meditate on this day is how for the first time I heard from your lotus lips about the famous verse, Tattenukampasu Samikshamano, Lord Brahma, how he is teaching us, all the sadhakas, the practicing devotees, to follow the three things. Because all of us, owing to the duality of this material world, we will be going through some ordeals and reversals in our own lives. And we have seen this time and again. So these three instructions that you gave while speaking about or repeating the Lord Brahma's instructions, I'm trying to meditate on those three things. You said, Maharaj, number one, whenever we go through these reversals, we should think that this is my own karma. And number two, you said, Lord is so merciful that he has mercifully discounted my horrible karma. And you said, for example, if I was to lose a limb of mine in an accident, let's say I only got a fracture. So that's how one has to be meditating on this, that my horrible karma has been discounted, number 2. And number 3, you said a devotee or practicing sadhaka rather has to think that this is a wonderful opportunity for me to take even more intense shelter in this situation. So I would like to ask for the second gift, Maharaj. And lastly, I would like to also meditate on another instruction of yours. One time, you gave a theme. You spoke in Sunday Feast about this particular theme, which was Vaishnavism is going beyond being right or wrong. So I can recollect this personal incident when in 2009 there was this Mayapur Yatra and I was in the stay back list, and we were given some services, including the DT worship service. And for some reason, there was another service of mine which was kind of clashing with this DT worship service. So I requested another devotee to kindly do that on my behalf, and he mercifully agreed. But then there was another devotee who used to be the previous authority, who was no more in charge. He felt kind of offended, and he came up to me, and long story short, he didn't like that idea, and he started chastising me, and then that started taking a very, very ugly form of kind of a fight. We had debates, and then it turned into an ugly fight. So I was really upset, Maharaj, to be honest with you. The next day morning when I was dressing the deities, I was literally, my eyes were moistened, and I was thinking, why was I put into this situation? And as I was meditating on the lotus feet of the deities, suddenly something inspired me, and after my service was over, I was listening to your class, and lo behold, it was this particular instruction, that particular adaptation that I happened to listen to. And suddenly I felt enlivened. I went back to that devotee, and I just went flat before him. And Maharaj, literally that melted the heart of that devotee. And he embraced me, and that point of onwards we became best friends. And this particular formula I have seen time again, it is so difficult to follow. Very, very difficult to follow because the false ego creeps in. But this is a universal formula which will apply at all circumstances, in all circumstances at all times. Even in the corporate world, couple of days back, there was such a similar thing going on, and Maharaj, you inspired me, and I applied this formula, and by your divine grace, again, the situation was solved. So I would like to beg for this yet another gift. And lastly, Maharaj, few months ago, when during Sadhu Sangha, you came here and you gave us your personal association. So I expressed this desire then and now also in front of the deities, Radha Kalachandji. They are very merciful. They always fulfill the desires of their devotees. I'm not a devotee, but I'm trying to. But this has a deep desire in my heart that Maharaj, someone, I said this, someone should make a Hollywood film on your book, Journey Home. And actually you said Hollywood. And then you started shrugging your shoulders and you started laughing. So jokes apart, but I would like to sincerely and seriously beg at the lotus feet of their lordships that maybe one day someone comes up with this movie. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Someone just updated me that it is coming up.
Thank you so much, Gokulanand Prabhuji. Hari Bol. So we are approximately 35 minutes behind schedule, but there are two things, as you all know. There is always a feast for the body and the senses, and there is a feast for the mind and the soul. So what do you guys prefer more? Are you sure? Doesn't sound convincing, but it's okay. I'm just joking. But no, I mean, certainly we would like to churn the nectar pot a little more. We obviously would request at least 3 to 4 more speakers we have lined up whom we would like to hear from. And then, of course, there'll be Artik and then Pushpanjali, followed by Prasadam. If I may request, I think we lost Narasimha Prabhu again. Meenakshi Prabhuji, would you like to come and share? Meenakshi Prabhu is a disciple of Prabhupada, and we are very happy to hear from him. Thank you. Yes, housekeeping. Actually, we are left heavy right now. If we can move a little bit on that side, looks like most people are coming from that door and it's getting difficult to find space. So if we can some of us can move on that side and come closer, that will be much better. We are locked in this position because we were asked to be in front of the camera this way. So the speaker and myself, we have to be here, but everybody else can move around.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Om Gyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksurum Miltanjena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itinamine Namaste Saraswati Devan Ghoravani Pracharine Nelvistesa Sumjavadi Prashad. Hare Krishna. Thank you everyone for coming to the Radhana Maharaj Appearance Day, Vyasa Puja. At the same time, we're glorifying the movement of Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada. So, personally, I don't have too much association with Radhanath Swami because 72, 73, 74, he was always traveling different places. I was in Latin America, Spain, France, Colombia, Bogota, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. So we are different, but Srila Prabhupada is the connection. So what I see in the Radhanath Swami Maharaj disciple, I love it. Because they are very consecrated. They really giving the life to Radhakalachandji, to Krishna, to the Nama Prabhu. They really in the heart to please Krishna, Sri Bhagavan. So we are right here sitting, everyone right now. The faith is the most important thing that we have in our hearts. But that faith grows with the association with the body and the topics about Krishna, Sri Bhagavan. That faith increase. And when you chant the Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, that faith shed toda alpanamaljanan. You can see that faith much better. You have the vision where you have to go next to get obtained Krishna Sri Bhagavan. The next step will be Nistha. Nistha is stability. When you start this process and you coming every morning, it's like when we start, the foundation was from Srila Prabhupada. He wants you to wake up early, come on Mangalarti, Tulsi Puja, you go the deities, you go the class, you go the prasadam, you go Sankirtan, you come in at 3, 4, 5 o'clock, take a shower, go to Sundalarti in the night, and then after that you got Krishna book with hot milk. That was Prabhupada's standard. So when you finish the Krishna book and hot milk, was about 10 o'clock. So you have time to clean up a little bit, go to bed, and at 3 o'clock you again. So that means this is the process that we really practice in Krishna consciousness. When you come in the early morning, then you chant your round, If you can chant 12 rounds before Mongol Arti, it's excellent. But if you do it after Mongol Arti, 16 rounds every day, and then you listen the the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam in the morning, and then Bhagavad Gita in the afternoon, then that faith, you're going to see where you have to go. When you do that, a high to key, a pratihata, no interruption, and a high to key, only to please Sri Krishna Bhagavan. That's bhakti. If you do something, expecting some money from the bhakti, that's become karma yoga. So, the body, he want the bhakti yoga. He want really please to Krishna. Because this body is temporarily. Dukkhalayang is saksotang. It's completely nonsense to keep thinking that in this apartment, in this body, you're going to survive so long time. So, that's the process of Krishna consciousness. That's why we are right here listening about Krishna, listening about Radhana Maharaj appearance day, listening about his devotee, how they want to serve the Guru. Guru is one. It's like Maharaj was talking, when he was talking, this society is designed for Srila Prabhupada commitment to us to go back to God, back to Krishna. So that's the real process we want. When we chanting Hare Krishna, all friendship, all family, everything is forgetful right now. Krishna is the only one. Krishna is the only one can save you any circumstance, any situation. Nobody can do that. Krishna promised, Ananja Sintayantuman, Jayana Paripasate, Te Sanitya Vijuktana Yoga Sema Bahamihan. He promised, I preserve everything what you got, and I'm going to give you everything what you will need. Krishna promised that. And the promise for Krishna is goal, is no substantial really when we're talking about Krishna. So this is the process that we are talking right now, Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga have to be a Haitukiya Pratihata dedicated to the Lord, because we are passing through in this material world. You know, we are passing through. One time, Abhimanyu, Krishna had Abhimanyu like son. And Abhimanyu went to war and he died in war. They set up for him. And Arjuna was the father, but Arjuna was in distress. He cannot tolerate that his loved son is gone. So he talked to Krishna. Krishna, can you get it back for me, please? I need my son. And then Krishna said, okay, let's go. He went after the three material world, he went back when Abhimanyu was there. And then he showed, this is Abhimanyu, Arjuna. Abhimanyu, you my son, he had his saying. Abhimanyu said, oh, you know, in this material life, we work like son, we sometimes some father, we are some brothers, we are some friends, we are uncle, but the spirit soul is not related with that. This is temporary. But Abhimanyu, this is I'm your father. No. So he trying to get his thing again. Abhimanyu took off. And then he understood why Krishna was explaining the Bhagavad Gita. What the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, why you can tolerate all the pain. Matrespalsa tu kanteya, sitosna sukha dukada. Agama pajino nitya tan titi saksobrata. Everything they show in this life is temporary. Sometimes it's cold day, sometimes it's hot. When it's hot, you have to go to the kitchen and cook. I mean, this matter, you have to keep life. But Krishna showed you, well, the Bhagavad Gita, all the verse, Krishna showed you how to survive this existence. That's the Bhagavad Gita. So anyway, we celebrating Radha Maharaj Appearance Day, and my my observation about this, his disciple, talking about him immediately. So I really have very good respect for the Radhanath disciple, very good formation, very good foundation. And not only that, they part of the community. They really part of that this community. So that's what we are reunited. So the most important thing in everyone is to think about spiritual life very seriously. Very seriously. Because sooner or later, we have to go back home. But the process is explained in the Bhagavad Gita very clearly. You have to go through the spiritual master. And then you can get all the relation for Krishna through the spiritual master. Tabidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya upadesyanti te jnana jnanina tattvadarshina. Whoever inspirates you in Krishna consciousness, that's a part of the guru. That's no guru. So, as much as you chant the holy name, the Hare Krishna, your heart is more clean. You can really make the right decision at the right time. Krishna te sansatata yuktanam vajatam prikti purvakan. Krishna shows you the way to come to me, to come to Krishna. So this is the process that we're trying to show to please Guru, Srila Prabhupada, Radha Maharaj. In that way, thank you everyone for being here in this Radha Kalachandji temple. Thank you everyone to be so nice, so patient. That's a quality, the spiritual life. And as much as we chant more the Hare Krishna, those qualities going to show more. Then we're going to be complete, determined to please Krishna. Not everybody going to know Krishna, but you have to understand, when that verse coming there, nobody knows to Krishna, you have to be one of those. You have to put yourself, Krishna, I'm going to do that. It's like Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati used to say, don't expect to see Krishna. Whatever you do, make Krishna to come and see you the way you acting for Krishna, for Lord, for Bhagavan. So anyway, thank you everyone very much. And thank you for being in the process of Bhakti Yoga. But Bhakti Yoga is very simple. There's not too much. You don't need money. You don't need nothing. To do Bhakti Yoga, you don't need nothing. I mean, and one time, was one sadhu, one yogi. He was very poor in India. He went to one meeting that everybody was talking about Krishna. He was listening and he catch the idea that somebody say, to Krishna, you can do the service mentally. And Krishna is absolute. He take that service from you. You say, wow. So I don't have to buy incense. I don't have to buy the deity. I have to buy temple to do service. Say, wow, that's what I'm going to do. So he started worshiping Krishna, offering food. Pay obeisances to Krishna. He started offering incense. He started cooking for Krishna. Everything mentally. He had nothing. His bear was very poor. That's the mystic power of Krishna to do this service. So one time he was doing this sweet rice. And when he was doing this sweet rice, very creamy, he was very creamy, very sweet. But he was trying to say, wow, Krishna, it will be hard to put you. He was trying to, his finger got burned. That's the potency. And then immediately Krishna sent him to take it back to Godhead. Because you don't need nothing in devotional service. Japa is mean, it's the service. Yuga Dharma, that's the service. That's our service. So anyway, that's the process Bhakti Yoga. That's the process we're trying to explain and to trying to live in this Bhakti Yoga. And thank you everyone. And we are right here for we open at 4:30 for the Mongol Arti. If everybody is pleased, if you come to Mongol Arti, that's your festival. If you go to that festival at the 4:30 in the morning, you don't need more festival during the day. You've done. So that's what I do. So anyway, thank you everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
so much.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada Jagadguru ki
Jai.
Narayana Maharaj ki
Jai.
Gauda Premanandi.
Hari Hari Bol. His Grace Meenakshi Prabhu ki Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. I'm going to Grace Sucharya Mataji to share a few words, and then we'll end as a grand finale with Narsirupa Prabhu, and then we'll continue with the programs. So,
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for coming to honor Maharaj. We're so grateful for everyone's association. So this morning I came to the temple very early, and from the very back, I looked up at the decorations and I thought, oh, the disciples made a tropical island. And it's got the blue-green waters. It's got like azul, blue, and a bright green. So I was looking, I thought, oh, they wanted to invite Varuna Dev to come and honor Maharaj. So when I got closer, I saw, oh, it's a cave. So I just want to quickly say that in the early 90s, some brilliant devotee from Chaupati made a film about the devotees in Chaupati. And we all heard in America that you couldn't even join the ashram or the temple unless you had completed your complete degree. And so it showed a video of all the devotees getting ready for Mangal Arti from the ashram. So they were getting ready, they had these lockers, and they were just getting ready, grabbing their bead bags, and then they would run into the temple room and make dive bombs at Srila Prabhupada, just diving to his lotus feet. And this kept going on, all these hundreds of devotees running to Srila Prabhupada. One guy forgot his bead bag, he ran back to his locker, grabbed his bead bag, ran really fast, because if you were late or you missed, uh-oh. So I saw these devotees, you know, diving at Srila Prabhupada's feet, and I was shocked, and I said, wait a minute, that's my Prabhupada. What's happening here? Of course, Prabhupada is for the whole world. Everyone is going to take shelter at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. And I had this kind of dreamy idea that the disciples of Prabhupada would always be like, you know, his favorites or whatever, and that the spiritual master, acting on behalf of Prabhupada, that they would love him. Of course they do. They would love him just like we loved Prabhupada. So I had a jolt and realized that these people had so much love for Srila Prabhupada and so much love for their Guru Maharaj, and it was a wonderful, wonderful seeing to witness these devotees, you know, going to Mangal Arti and getting ready for their day. So that's all. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol. Grace Sucharya Mataji ki Jai. Thank you so much, Mother, for sharing. If I may request Narsirupa Prabhu. So we are ready for the next itinerary also after this. As I said, we'll be doing Pushpanjali ceremony and then Artik, and then Prasadam will be served in the sanctuary.
His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. I know this is going over quite a bit, but I was telling Shankaranya Prabhu, I feel like this is so important for us all to come together. But I will keep mine brief because I know we have much more to go for the program. But in Maharaj's class this morning, the title was Gratitude and Enthusiasm in Krishna Consciousness. And so I was really just feeling sincere gratitude to Srila Prabhupada today for giving us this family of devotees. And you, all of you disciples of Radhanath Maharaj here in Dallas, I really echo what Meenakshi Prabhu said, are such wonderful representatives of your spiritual master. And really I feel so fortunate that here in Dallas, our family of devotees, it's not, you know, we don't see the Gurupiism, we don't see the cliques. We're all Srila Prabhupada's family serving together. Everybody's doing that together, and I really just When Radhanath Maharaj was here in Dallas, he mentioned to me that he felt what was most needed right now in our society was that devotees really need to be encouraged and appreciated. That's what we really need right now in our society. Even when there's a need for some kind of correction or something has to change, that we should do it in such a way that the devotees feel very encouraged and appreciated. And so I really would like to pray to His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj to bless us so that we may cooperate and serve together in a way that we're always encouraging and appreciating each other in our service. And by doing so, that we may assist our spiritual masters in their service to Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya and Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji, and hoping to please them by doing that. So my sincere gratitude to Radhanath Maharaj for the time that he comes here in Dallas. He is personally in my life, actually, when I was younger, he actually helped to change the direction of my life, really. I was not headed in a very good direction. And so I'm eternally grateful. He's initiated my younger brother, and I could go on, actually. But in the interest of time, just sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you for this wonderful festival, and to His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj for having so many wonderful disciples here in our community, and for our community all cooperating so nicely together as Srila Prabhupada's family in his service. Jai. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Bhaktavrinda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Gaur. His Grace Narasimha Prabhu ki jai. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Yes, it's always been an honor and pleasure for us to be part of this community, and just wanted to share one thing to sum it up. When Radhanath Maharaj last visited Dallas, he spoke to most of his disciples here at Rasraj Prabhu's house, and if there was one standing instruction that I can remember Maharaj gave, was that with your full heart, please support His Grace Narasimha Prabhu. He's the new temple president of the community. Maharaj said that he's taken up so much responsibility, as he has young kids, and it was like a standing instruction. It's like Guru Agya for us. So all of us as Maharaj disciples should remember this as it's an instruction from Maharaj that we should serve the community, and that's what is going to give him the most pleasure. So thank you all so very much. I fall at the feet of those of you who we couldn't get a chance to hear from. Sincere apologies, please forgive us. It's just in the interest of time, we are trying to keep the program moving. We have Pushpanjali coming up, Aarti, and then feast. So like to once again summarize and thank from the bottom of our hearts to each and every one of you for sharing